And away we go. Hello, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. It's been a hot minute. Let's see if we can. See if I can bring the music down on my end. Just a little bit. Awesome. Cool. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to pull. There we go. Pop out chat. Awesome. There we go. All right. Cool. Oh no. We're off to a start. All right. Hold on. There you go. Late night drink orders. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, hello everybody. Hopefully you are doing well in the almost 2 weeks it's been since I've been on, but and I'm only back for a couple days before I have to fly to the East Coast. Hopefully the schedule will get a little bit more regular after that, but where the money goes, I must follow. All right. Hello, Brian. Don't close the phone this time. Anyway. It's all right. I love you, Brian. All right. Anyway, so but some things have happened. In the meantime, we are going to switch projects. If you've been following along at all, we've been doing primarily like a slasher film. That I didn't do it on purpose. I know you didn't, but you still did it. But yeah, so we've been doing kind of working on this rewrite for a slasher film. And off stream, you fucking monster. How dare you? But yeah, so I've been working on off stream. I was working on another script that was pretty similar. And Ed sent it out and kind of getting notes coming back from it. And it seems like that one, I'm a lot happier with that script just in the initial draft. And it seems like other readers are enjoying that one a lot more. And they're pretty similar. They're pretty close together. So for now, the slasher Penumbra is going to be shelved because I'm going to pretty much focus my off-stream time working on the second draft of the other horror script, and we're gonna try something new. That's not just eldritch cosmic evil horror. And this was kind of, I think I was joking with a couple of friends of mine about writing a rom-com because that's very far outside of my wheelhouse. And they kind of were like, oh, I wonder what you writing what that would look like. So we're gonna give it a shot, and so that's what we're starting. And since like when we're doing wind down times, I try to play games that are thematic to kind of what we're writing or what we're working on, like at the time. I'm gonna play a little bit of one of my favorite games, and definitely is going to be a spiritual influence on this project, since it is in a way it's kind of I wouldn't say it's a rom-com, like a melancholy there's not really a romance in it. It's more of like a catharsis of a failed romance at the end in a way. But anyway, we will be playing Valhalla, which I love. Yeah. And also the rom-com I'm writing, I've already decided it's going to be a sort of like single location, or mostly single location cyberpunk rom-com. So that's where we're starting. That was pretty much the idea I had. I don't know why, but I kind of, and I think just so much heart, so much of the sort of like emotional elements that worked in Valhalla and kind of the premise of it, of being like, you're just a bartender living kind of where most stories would follow, like Bubblegum Crisis or like Blade Runner or any of those, where you're kind of following shakers and movers in the world. It's just sort of happily sits at the edge of that world and kind of explores it. And I thought that was a really good idea, and I thought it might be interesting to see if you could try to do a similar, not exactly the same, but a similar thing in a movie. And a rom-com isn't really, you don't need to like change the world to be in a rom-com. So the genre itself kind of it lends itself to something different. And lots of times, sci-fi, you can say things in science fiction that maybe might not work saying it directly in our modern life. So yeah, so we're starting from scratch. I have just a little document here, and my child is screaming at me. Thank you. And I got my phone back. Cool. All right, cool. What's happening? All right, hold on. I'm getting technical things about the short film I made, because we are doing the final mixing, so now... It's like the moment I start streaming, no one has texted me all day, and then the moment I start streaming, everybody needs things. Okay. All right. Okay. Let us get to writing. So, let's go back to... Let's go to writing cam. There we go. Cool. All right. So, we are starting. So, yeah, you could tell initially I was just like Valhalla-esque cyberpunk story, in the sense that we're just going to tell a small story in a cyberpunk world. I can't remember when I wrote this down, but yeah. So, a Valhalla-esque cyberpunk story about a person living in a literal neon gutter. A laundromat, maybe dive bar in tow, getting dumped and finding a new reason, bar in tow. Character might get dumped, 'cause that seems to be a trend. You get dumped, finding a new reason for living, and maybe even a new relationship on the eve of the corporation and the government fighting back in a sudden revolution. I just thought the idea of having like a little romantic comedy as this like big moment, what would be considered a big moment happens. So it might be kind of interesting to have it like it completely independent of the actual narrative. The world literally gets set on fire. The bartender that they have a crush on. Also, yeah, this is kind of... I was pulling this a little bit. This is more from anime, from, like, Foodie Cootie. Kind of having the love triangle, but it's mostly just having a crush on... I always liked that the kid had a crush on the alien in Foodie Cootie, and then slowly, like, learns how to be a person. And why that doesn't... why that wouldn't work out in a way. Why it's even borderline inappropriate as a sort of coming of age thing. I don't think we're going to do coming of age, though. Open with the sprawling neon metropolis. Yeah, so just some general ideas about the shots and things like that. So yeah, that's pretty much what we're going to be working on. I'm just going to kind of be spitballing ideas and slowly trying to figure out if there's a worthy, fun story that can be told here. And might want to look up some weird art. I've been trying to find a bunch of like a little bit of like 90s cyberpunk art. You get a lot of 80s stuff. That's definitely like the more modern retro aesthetic. It leans more 80s, but 90s cyberpunk definitely had a style that I find kind of interesting and compelling. All right, cool. All right, well, we'll just start spitballing ideas. So if you're here and listening, feel free to join in. We'll probably do the Pomodoro thing where I'll just kind of type a bunch of nonsense for 25 minutes and see what sticks. See if I can find anything interesting. And yeah, feel free to join in. And I'll probably mute the mic as I'm going, but yeah, if you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to hop in chat. Cool. All right. Let's browser it up. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah. Armitage is pretty dope. You always gotta watch out looking up some of this old anime nonsense. You never know when the hentai is gonna show up. Let me refresh my music tab here. Yeah, you're fine. Let's get some 70s vibing going on. Interesting. What happened to the music? Oh, weird. Alright. It's really low. Oh, they must have changed their interface. Okay. There we go. Bring the music up a little bit. Alright, cool. Just like Shadowrun art. Ooh, that is a good one. Cyber City 080 is a deeply underrated Kawajiri series. I would even argue it's far better than Ninja Scroll. It's very good. Tokyo. Is that Rick Remender comic? Tokyo Cool. Oh, it's Tokyo Ghost. That's what it's called. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was from... Oops. I need to open Amazon. Great artwork. What is this nonsense? Good lord. Speaking of which, his new comic, is it History of Violence? History of Violence, that's a movie. Righteous Thirst for Vengeance. That's very good, though. It's a really good comic. Forget that if I resize these things, it freaks OBS out. So 90s, but it rocks so hard. That outfit's great. Lots of leather. Always had to have 90s cyberpunk. Had to have lots of leather. But it's pretty toned down in this, I'd say. The wig. The goddamn wig. Who put a wig on Tom Sizemore? There's a really great movie called Harley Davidson, The Marlboro Man, that he plays like the villain in it, like kind of corporate. He's just like a weird corporate villain. He's such a weird. He speaks like terrible Japanese in it. It's really bad. It's definitely not why he probably was never cast again as a corporate villain. It's a really big drag, too, because this movie is really hard to... I don't even know if you can... I think you have to buy, like, the DVD off Amazon, which is a drag. It's not streaming anywhere. It never got anything, like, in HD. I think I only ever had it on VHS. It's a great, great movie, though. Catherine Bigelow. What other good cyberpunk things do we got? Let's go with some Shadowrun art. Some good Shadowrun stuff. I do want to get some cool, just inspiration, some good like cityscape stuff. You love Shadowrun? Did you ever play the tabletop or just? Oh, I guess there were video games too. I think they made some video games based off the Shadowrun game. I played a little bit of it when I was in college. Oh, the video game. Okay, yeah. I've only ever played the tabletop RPG, which I assume the video game is based off of, in the same way that like Baldur's Gate and all that's off D&D. How was that game? Like, sometimes they're not good. Like when they try to port over games from. Oh, it was? Okay. The original was great. Maybe I wonder if Steam has that and I can pick up like a retro. The remake. Oh, they remade it. Okay. I did not know that. Oh man, this is Shadowrun art on DeviantArt. All right. Which system it was updated for, but it was an older gen console. Okay. Did they ever remaster it, or was that the remake? And then the remake was terrible. Actually, speaking of video game stuff, I could probably look up some System Shock stuff too, because System Shock's pretty good. It's all like space computer AI stuff, though. It was a remake and it was terrible. I actually don't know if they done a master. Sometimes they haven't. I think they did some remasters of the original Baldur's Gate, which was still like easily like as clunky as it was. And then I know for a fact they remastered Baldur's Gate 2 because that's the more popular one anyway. But I should check that out. I wonder if. I mean, Shadowrun's a really fun world to play in, so it'd be kind of fun to play a game like that. I like how this is clearly Space Dandy, but Cyberpunk Space Dandy. I gave him like the. There's a word for that. You see a bunch of like. I mean, it's clearly like inspired by 1950s greasers, but they have like. Somewhere a long time ago, I had a picture of a bunch of like Japanese like a Japanese gang essentially, and they all had like the circle hair, or like I can't remember the name of what that is, but it's pretty great. Speaking of which, should look that up. We should bring that back. Now that I think about it, it may be on one of those... Oh, on the SNES emulator things you can buy? Oh, okay. The original was released on it. Oh, on SNES? Okay. Yeah, I bet you could probably look that up. And are you saying that that would not be on the SNES Switch Nintendo port? Shadowrun the game? Too niche, too obscure. Yeah. I could actually look. I would be amazed. I would honestly be amazed if it was. I'm just gonna go on a limb and say it's probably not. That seems pretty. Unless it is a really popular game. Oh, yeah, it's funny now that I just literally brought it up. Yep. Look at that. Return of the Retro. Yep. Super Nintendo Shadowrun. Two people making out with guns in their hands. That's how you know they're cool and they're important. Fighting the system. The mixing of magic and like cyberpunky stuff is always kind of an interesting thing. It also mechanically in the game they've never been able to figure out how to integrate the two. Like at every edition they change it. Everybody gets pissed off. Elf. Little elf lady. I think it was pretty popular in the 90s. I didn't play it until years after it came out, but enjoyed the shit out of it. Yeah, I mean, like an old, particularly because pixel art games are big again. I'm sure it's like the first cyberpunk pixel art game. Probably looked rad as hell. So they just modeled this after Rooney Mara, clearly. Yeah, it came out when I was like 4. Yeah, probably. It looked real old. I mean, by the time, no, I remember when the N64 came out, so yeah. Depending on when in Super Nintendo's run it came out, I was probably pretty young. Let's see if they got any cool Cyberpunk City art? I mean, the whole thing with Cyberpunk, just the way it looks, is it's always so messy. You know, you've got to have the neon, the advertisement, like corporate branding stuff. It's always supposed to be very dirty, not very pleasant to look at, but sometimes I wish they had, like, a little bit of those, that artist who did Tales from the Loop. Like, a few artists come at it and, like, really create a really uniform, or I guess just like a really cute, like stylized but like coherent cyberpunk aesthetic. I guess you get that with Blade Runner. I mean, Blade Runner's pretty, but Blade Runner's like the first one. Ghost in the Shell too. Actually, that might be. You gotta get the neon in there though. Get those blues, those cool colors. Solitude, isolation amidst a broken and sad city. Doopy 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 doop. Definitely have one of the biggest anime crushes ever on Press. Press rules. She's like Buckaroo Banzai, man. She's in a band. She's like she can do martial arts. She's badass. Alright, can't get distracted by Press. Must focus on the actual. Like AD, please. There we go. Or no, that's Akira. I know that. I'm almost positive that's Akira. Yeah, you can tell it's pulling very heavily from Blade Runner. Man, I don't even remember what episode that's from, but the image fucking rocks. That's cool. I dig that. Alright, we got plenty there. Let's try. Since these are all just big city things, but we want, or at least I want this story to take place in just the gutters. See what CyberPunk gutter brings up. You never know. I'm always terrified it's going to be porn. Like, somehow that's a porn thing, and I didn't know about it. Oh. My tea is here. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go get my tea. Forgot to unmute myself. That looks pretty cool. It would be funny if I just kept talking. I was just like, no one would care. No one needs to hear my voice. They just watch me look at pretty pictures. Exactly. Yeah, see these. I'm assuming this is all. Yeah, it's all concept art. So that's Frankie Yang. Cool. Oh, you know what would actually be a really good reference point for this? It's not a cyberpunk movie, but it visually has its own world. Is Fallen Angels. That has a really stylized look, and it looks cool as hell. It's also a great film. Also a rad movie. That might be it. This might actually be a really good reference movie. Wong Kar-wai is really good at just creating kind of these crazy, crazy world, like this night world. Oh yeah, I remember he changed all the color. That was a huge. People were losing the Criterion folks were losing their goddamn minds. Or, I mean the Criterion subreddit. Oh, that looks. Give me a picture. Movie also has, I mean, Wong Kar-wai's just always got great soundtracks. Even like an actual decent rip of that image. Fuck, come on. Google always gotta be so shitty. There we go. There we go. Oh, nice. Got a whole repertoire of pictures. Fantastic. That's a great picture. It goes well with the music, yeah. It definitely. We're up to shenanigans is exactly what it's saying. Which is kind of what they're doing. Oh, that's gotta. Fighting with a blow-up doll and having an argument with it. You're just dragging around. Having a domestic dispute. See the way he captures the light there? Just kind of got like a cool. I mean, he shoots everything on such a wide-angle lens, but gives you this like that neon life. Black and white stuff is really great too. Watch me. I'm like looking up anime and all these things, and I just start pulling all these images from, Wong Kar-wai film. Dude, that's great. Fashion's pretty good here. Nice. Yeah, oh, it is not. Yeah, I figured. That's just something you're gonna have to do with an emulator. Which is fine. I'm not above it. But I do kind of want to play it now. Nice. I'll warn you now, the shooting never stops ever. Oh no. Is it is it an RPG or is it like an action game? All right, there we go. All right, I think we're back to the beginning. Okay, we can ditch out of this. Enough Wong Kar-wai, Max. Stop. Kind of a mix of both, I guess. Like, I like the game for the story, but I will say the comic get annoying. Yeah, I mean, a lot of those old movies kind of have that vibe, or old games. Sometimes where it's just like it's fun. There's some unique, interesting things, but it's so clunky. It's just so the mechanics are terrible. My God, a lot of the N64 game, like, just movement and control scheming and on the N64 is like brutal. It's not good. I think the game is technically classified as an RPG though. Okay, yeah. I mean, if it has enough RPG elements, they're just gonna focus on that. I don't think it would be fitting for this in tone, but man, hard to be a god. I was looking for just the underground filthiest, but that's all like medieval. Even though it's a sci-fi story, it's medieval filth. Trying to shoot requires precision, but not from your enemies. Isn't that how it always is? They can shoot whatever and still hit you, but you can't. God, I can't even imagine precise shooting with a SNES controller. That does not sound fun. It was not great. Sounds like it. Oh, I should also look up I need to get the tropes on. Ooh. Okay, down here we've got the Yuri genre. Next to romantic comedies. You know, because that's the next logical place we go. You know, one step over from once you start romantic comedies, you're gonna wind up reading and watching Yuri all day, every day. Yep, it's a gateway drug. You know how all this works. Whoa, I have never even heard of some of these things. Like, the usual rom-com main characters are covered in love interests. Characters that often occupy the stratosphere around the rom-com include... what is a beta couple? Deadpan snarker? I think I know what that is. Pet homosexual... Oh, that doesn't sound... Oh, is that like the gay best friend? Is that what that's supposed to be? Normal? Oh, beta couple is normal? Is that what that means? Unfit, they are unfit protagonists in a rom-com. I like how they refer to that as beta. It's always a secondary pairing and a foil to the primary relationship. Okay. Often they are friends or confidants of one or both of them. It is not uncommon for the hero and his wingman to simultaneously try to hook up with the heroine and her maid of honor, but necessarily to show how terrible your relationship is compared to the alpha couple. Oh, that's terrible. That's awful. Letting them work as catalyst for the alpha couple's romance. That said, the beta couple is usually a source of comedy, and as such have more freedom to be unconventional and kinky and less problem, or at least conflict prone. Okay, so they're like your freaky best friends, pretty much. For how well or poorly the main alpha couple is doing, or offer possible solutions. Okay. Interesting. Yep, okay, yeah, gay best friend. Or they're comic relief, one or the other. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, so that's gay best friend. Okay. The main characters are typically employed in a rom-com job? What the fuck is a rom-com job? You do need a job. All the romantic comedies I watched were like, you know, like Better Off Dead, where he like works at a ski resort. It's just like a kid. You do need a job, or you won't be able to afford your lifestyle or luxurious abodes. Become a doctor? Wow, whoever wrote this little article is very snarky, which I enjoy. Want to show your nurturing side? Become a doctor, especially if a male, or a teacher, especially if a female, to land an infinitely secure, respectable, and satisfying job. Those jobs are character shorthand that tell every potential suitor that you are caring and non-threatening, adept at looking at others, and surprise, i.e. good spouse, family-making material, essential qualities in a rom-com. Wait, is that where... Yeah, okay, that was literally just loops back there. Want to be creative? Become anything where a normal person has minuscule opportunities to make an actual living. Yeah, that's snarky. A photographer, illustrator, writer, designer of stuff. But true. Depressingly true. I like this. A designer of stuff. What do you design? Stuff. Just stuff. I don't have to answer that. You know what? Yeah. Or choose one of the more creative jobs in media. You will still be guaranteed unprecedented success, big promotions, and or rave reviews. Even if you're currently a starving artist who is still waiting for the breakthrough, or just lazy, remember, you're super talented and have unlimited potential, and the love of your life you've just met will thrust you in the right direction. Sounds almost like Manic Pixie Dream Girl-esque. I watched a comedy, not technically a rom-com, but kind of, that had that. A company that made but never actually really described what. Oh. I mean, anytime people say that, I think of the It's Always Sunny episode where they asked Frank what he does, like what his company does, and he's like, we do business, and we make money. And they're like, yeah, but what do we make? Or do? Yeah, that's funny, that's good. What was that Netflix movie? I'm Sorry to Bother You. I mean, they do things. They're selling you bullshit, but I don't know. That kind of reminds me of that a little bit. Creative jobs are useful in the rom-com. Yeah, that was Netflix. Yeah, that did I'm sorry to bother you. Creative jobs are useful in the rom-com world, as they have a cool and glamorous ring to them. Yet there could be a decent expected. Okay, so I'm already breaking this. We're already gonna break this trope because these people live in the gutter and they're broke. But maybe we'll make one of them a creative in that sense. So it's like we'll play with that a little bit. Where they have the charming creative job, but they're like broke and their life sucks. Sooty. Okay. I did not know that. Oh yeah. That was a really good movie too. I really liked Sorry to Bother You. It's a really good film. And funny too. Want money? Become a high-flying exec of an unspecified corporate entity or a lawyer without good cause. This is character shorthand for you being a type A workaholic who's married to their job and a total sellout. Therefore, be prepared to change jobs ASAP to prove your creative or nurturing side. See options 1 and 2. To your laid-back love interest, as currently you work for evil. Just straight up, you work for evil. All right. Remember, if you're too good and efficient at what you do, bad things will follow, like dying. What the fuck? Who wrote this one? This is so snarky. Just like heaven? Evil is just live backwards. That's a great line. Oh, okay, just Megacorp. Okay. Often overlaps with the harem genre. Those are not always comedic. Sometimes they're just porn. Okay. Attraction. Oh, man. He's a bad boy hunk and she's a fiery redhead. Why shouldn't they have the hots for each other? No kidding. I mean, Jesus, look at them. It's almost like they belong together. Very flirting and courtship tropes. Okay. Nudity tropes. All the random ways we try to get people naked on camera. Oh my god, I've seen that artwork on some hot, spicy romance novel once. It absolutely is. I bet you anything that has got to be from Borderlord. Is that really what that's called? Oh. I wish they... Wait. Wait, hold on. Is Borderlord actually... Let me look. Is that a book? Oh, weird. Borderlord is an album by Chris Christopherson. That's cool. No, okay. No, I don't know why it just says Border Lord. That's really bizarre. All right. Secret agents are most attracted to other secret agents. Attractive bent species. A character changes into a highly attractive member of another species. So, furries. Attractive zombie. Someone can be an attractive undead. Chick magnet. Firemen are hot. That's just a trope. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen like a... I mean, it might be like kind of white trashy, but I don't know. I think, you know, they're at least in relatively good shape. Hot god, a divine being who is very beautiful. Hot witch, hunk. Also very true. A suitor challenges others for a right to wed or woo. So Scott Pilgrim. Okay. Ready for lovemaking. Just being a proper courtesan. Oh, that's the opening the door in the nightgown type shit. Ready for lovemaking is when a character presents themselves in a way that shows this character is totally ready to have sex. Totally ready to bone. Wolf whistle. Oh, is that the howling gar? Yeah. All right. Okay. The romantic wingman, of course. Okay. Sexiness score. Oh, good. That's what we need. How hot are they? A 9 out of 10. I think there was an actual list I had. You're out of a 15 out of 10, of course. I mean, you blind people with your glory, Brian. Ugh. Oh man, here we go. Now we're hitting the 80s like romance music. Oh, you didn't? Oh yeah, no, I definitely did. It's too good. It's too particular. If I'm gonna write a cyberpunk rom-com, how do I not add this song? It's so 80s and so just belongs in that world. Ugh. My ears do not appreciate this easy listening assault. Yeah. Can't you just handle the good feels for once? Just embrace the feel good. No, it feels so good though. Don't you just feel charmed? Feel like the wind blowing in your hair. The sun is setting over the water. There's palm trees, and you're just driving along with your, what do you call it, bay, or whatever the kids call it these days. Just feeling the winds of love. You feel nothing. Good. Well, at least it got you to feel something. So the song, in a way, did its job. As you can see. Yeah, see, there you go. You know it. It did its job. Rom-coms usually contain happy endings. Interesting. Do they now? Write these down so I know what I'm supposed to be focusing on here. All right, there we go. I will qualify that, however, by stating that it did not produce the intended feeling in me. Well, yes. But art, maybe that's the point of art. It's as long as it produces a feeling. The artist has indeed won. Maybe that song was to woo lovers and those who can't feel anything. It was meant to make them feel utter despair and agony. It was all part of the plan. Does it? Oh no. Romantic comedy. Does it make you laugh more than it makes you cry? Maybe? I'm going to guess that wasn't the case. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. All right, so. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. We got some views here. All right. Cool. All right. Well, I'm gonna come back here shortly, and we're gonna do the Pomodoro, and I'm just gonna kind of type away. But for now, I'm actually gonna go grab a quick bite to eat, and then I will return, and we'll do some stints, some 25-minute stints. All right. We'll see you back shortly, everybody. And we're back. I have ingested food. So, now we can begin our writing sprints. I'm just gonna spitball some ideas, I think. The first one I'm gonna do is, what if one of my little ghouls here is one of the main characters? But first, we're going to bring in our pictures. Actually, okay, cool. Boom. Cool. All right, cool. And this is why I'm a big fan of this stuff. Just lets me do mood boards, pretty much. There we go. There we go. Well, that'll inspire everything we're about to do. Too big. All right. All right. Amazing. Yes. Yes. This is the This is going to be the inspiration for the whole thing. There we go. All right. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and I think start our little timer, and what do they call it? Ideating. Just start coming up with ideas for this sucker. So if you're watching and writing your own stuff, feel free to follow along. And my mic doesn't murder me, stab me in the stomach. All right. Command. Sure. All right. And where am I on the playlist? There we go. I just want to see where I'm at before we start. Okay, I think I said enough before we have to restart the playlist. Okay. All right. And away we go. sexy movie.
buddy, buddy, buddy.
Oh. Oh, hello there, Tavia Memories. The man in this picture has hit absolute rock bottom. When you get into a domestic dispute with your sex doll, it's time to call it quits. Yes, 100% agreed. Welcome, Tavia. Yes, it's from a movie called Falling Angels, but yeah, that is this is sort of the comedic inspiration I'm using while I'm trying to come up with what the next screenplay is going to be, and hopefully it's going to involve a domestic dispute with a sex doll, or in this case, since it's a cyberpunk movie, it'll probably be a like pleasure bot or something like that. Yeah, it's a screenshot from a film. Yep. Oh, the director being... Yes. Yeah, I think if that's... When you get into directing a film about a guy having to sit with his sex doll, that might actually be a really great movie, though. You could say maybe it's time to call it quits, but that's not entirely a terrible idea. Isn't there... I'm pretty sure there's actually a movie about a guy who's in love with a sex doll, with... Ryan Gosling, I think. Exactly. 100% true. Absolute 100% true, Tavia. If they, how they go about it and how they engage with it, engage with the premise, anything can be great. Oh, and we're done. That's it for the 25 minutes, so I guess we get a 5-minute break. Blah. All right. They say everything that can be written has already been written. It's all about how you write it. I definitely would agree. Yeah, it's likely that nothing is truly new. Most everything has been written, but that's where things like voice, and your particular, your quote-unquote take is what sets you apart from all the other storytellers before. But yeah, welcome, Tavia. My name's Impaired or Wildlight, and I'm a screenwriter, and sometimes I write tabletop RPGs. And so welcome to our little hangout session while I try to come up with a new script. What do you, are you a writer, or what do you do? I made the premise on this one essentially being, what if one of my little ghoul characters is one of the main love protagonists instead of just a sort of background fact of the world? I think there's a lot that you could probably do with that. Definitely was a lot easier to come up with sort of shenanigans with that. Just because the concept itself is so absurd. So we can come up with number two. It is like somehow still hot. 8 o'clock at night here, and it is somehow still blazingly hot. More prose. Never got into scripting. I don't imagine I'll ever have a film crew to make that feel like it's worth it. But with short stories and novels, I can definitely hone the craft. That's great. Yeah. Oh, it's a miracle any movie gets made. I just got back into writing prose. Just like short stories, like 500 words or less, like little quick flashy, I guess what you would call like flash fiction, just to kind of try to get back in practice I used to write a lot of short stories when I was a kid, and poetry, but because I went out to go do directing, obviously I had to get into script writing. But that's awesome. What kind of story? Are you interested in particular genres or anything? More relevant to you. Today I came across an old web series I did. Really? I forgot we did a whole 2 seasons of it. Holy crap. Fully voice acted and everything. It's not much, but I still think it's neat. That's impressive. It was voice acted. Was it done with like art, like drawings or animation? Because that is anything that you can create, even if it's just your friends and making, is always going to be impressive. It's should always, it's not easy. Even just doing it simple. And 2 seasons of a web series, that's a lot. I've only I think when I first moved to LA, I directed 1 web series. I didn't write it. I got hired on to direct it, and I think I did 5 episodes. It was only 5 episodes, and I'm pretty sure the person who financed it, who was the main actress, I'm pretty sure she spent like $5,000 or $6,000 on it. It's a lot of money. I mean, that's paltry in the film industry, but you know, when you're broke actors and directors, it's a lot of money. No, we're a little indie group. It's just writing, voice acting, directing, and minor editing. Oh, I mean, that's cool. You had like a little art group that you kind of just everybody doing. I mean, well, be impressed, man. That's cool. That is rad as hell. That stuff is not easy. But if you feel like sharing, feel free to share. But obviously don't feel pressured to share, because I know I don't want half the things that I have made in the past be seen. If I could destroy them, I would. Alright, almost time to head back into the Pomodoro nonsense. No, I think it's, oh, you think it's neat? Is that, yeah, the aged writing style. Good. It should be neat. It sounds, is it like comedy? The fact that yes, the fact that it exists at all is an accomplishment. That is true of any artistic endeavor, and especially collaborative artistic endeavors, like anything that's filmmaking or television or web series, just anything that involves getting a bunch of people together to make a thing. The fact that exists is always a miracle. It's the random lightning strike in a bottle where all the things need to line up. All right. Oh, nope. That's not what I wanted to do. No. Okay, there we go. It's horror mystery. It follows different perspectives surrounding a disappearance and murder. My preferred genre. Oh, very cool. Paranoia? Paranoia. Paranormal. Okay, cool. So it's like, so do you actually do like ghosty type things, like haunting, wraithy stuff? Paranoia. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I feel like Paranoia always lends itself to like thriller type stuff, but Paranoia, I mean, yeah, Paranoia works. Let's see here. All right, cool. All right. Let us think here. All right, I'll start coming up with, see if I can come up with some other ideas or another premise. See what, although I do like this first one quite a bit, but we will give her a shot. All right, and counting down. quite a few old projects in these folders I forgot about. Oh, yeah? Like just writing or things like the web series, like multimedia, just other odds and ends. Sometimes if you're going through like an old file, sometimes I go through like my old computers and I just find all kinds of crazy, crazy shit. Just writing stuff, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely discovered a ton of things from when I go through like old hard drives, from backup hard drives from my old laptops. Only experimented with scripting to a big scale once. Yeah. It's really weird. It's definitely it's odd. There's not really a lot like it where you kind of have to do the whole, was it Apollonian, where it has to be very legit, like not very creative, it's very technical, and then at the same time but you still are expected to have the sort of like more Dionysian or creative side to it. So you're always like, when you're writing a script, it's always balancing, trying to get your prose in order and make sure that it's like reads well, it conveys a mood and an emotion the same way that you would with prose, but at the same time it has to be technical. And also, nobody in Hollywood likes to read. They all hate reading. They hate it. If you write a bunch of text in your script, no one reads it. It's terrible. Prose writing is very technical too. It's just more behind the scenes mechanics and direct commands. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's why it's so awkward with screenwriting in a lot of cases, is because it's like in your face technical. Yeah, it's not just there's a little bit of that. Some of the really, really good screenwriters have sort of, probably the ones who do both prose and screenwriting, have kind of cracked how to like make it less technical and make it more prosy and read better, but still convey the technical ideas. But it's almost like poetry. You have to be deeply, you have to be brief and kind of like hit at the heart of the thing very quickly, because once again, nobody in Hollywood likes to read. They hate it. It's impossible to get anyone to read your shit. You could be the greatest writer in the world and no one would read your shit. No one has enough time or cares. And by no one, I mean like execs and producers and just a lot of people out in Hollywood. I think most writing that shoots for a level of quality is artsy. Yeah. I agree with. Yeah, I don't think it's not an artistic endeavor. Absolutely not. I mean, film is an artist. I firmly believe that. But yeah, it requires a level of craft and quality. That's 100% true. All right, what's the second? What's another take I can take with this? Sometimes it's hard to tell if that's fireworks or gunshots. Writing is simultaneously one of the most isolating and self-pressured activities you can get into, while also being an art that all but requires you to talk to other artists rather than just looking at the art. Yeah, I think that's true. Writing is simultaneously. It is. It's literally a thing you do generally by yourself. And self-pressured, yeah. It's just sort of like sit down and look at a screen and be like, magic. Come up with magic. Do it. While also being an art that all but requires you to talk to other artists rather than just look at the art. Because you can read a billion books, but until you see other perspectives and takes, your voice doesn't really develop. It's difficult to understand what's really happening until you've talked to. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why getting notes and having people read your stuff, or even like just talking to them about the craft, is really, it's really important, because you can see how other people approach it. and you're not just sort of like narrow-mindedly or very single-minded. Like, I don't know. That's always been. A lot of times, you want to become a scholar in whatever medium you're working in, being it like writing or directing or a game design or whatever it might be, where you kind of like do it a lot, read it a lot, study it. But sometimes just talking to other people about their process and kind of what works for them and what doesn't work for them. Because it's all points of view, and artists tend to be very opinionated people. But you can learn a lot from that. And they can also push you to be a lot better than just yourself, in my opinion. Delivery driver seems to delivery. What would be a poor in a cyberpunk world like that? What would be like a really poor, shitty job? That's interesting. Editing is crazy important. Back in the day when I was really into writing, I came across several servers that outright banned criticism and thus became environments where improvement was impossible. And that's okay, I guess, that those places exist, but the circle of you did good no matter what is very frustrating to me. As someone who used to be really good at editing, to watch a writer refuse to grow, to not accept where they are, but be told it's best, and they shouldn't try to change it. Yeah, I mean, that's stifling. That's completely contrary to. I mean, you can be told that something's good and that something has like. There's so many ways to do that in a way that's both like affirming of what they're trying to develop as their voice, but also at the same time showing you're like giving input at how they could be better. How they like if once you can kind of suss out what they're trying to do, what's important to them. Sometimes it's once you can figure that out, it's really helpful to be able to just be like, okay, this is what's important to you. Here's some ideas at how you might be able to achieve that better, trim this up or change this, and then this will actually like help you say what you're trying to say. Being an editor is a certain line of not ever saying it's bad. What you really want to get across is why something would need to change, or why something is working. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. I'm not like an editor primarily. I mean, like an editor in terms of text editing. But I mean, it's a similar principle in like editing in the editing room on like a film. Usually you want to know, particularly directorially, what you generally want to be able to see when a thing's not working. And if someone just keeps telling you that everything you do is good, and no matter what, all your ambitious ideas that you had on the day when you were writing it or filming it works, then you're never going to get better, and you're never going to convey anything. You're just not going to get better at the craft. You are literally not going to get better at saying and communicating what you're trying to communicate to an audience. You see a lot of people who go about writing with just their friends group in closed circles, and all they ever hear is I liked it, and they don't know what they did right or wrong. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. That's the problem. That's why it's very good to have a writers group where people actually read, and where people actually read your stuff and offer like good criticism. I mean, it's not hard. It's like, if you read it, be like, hey, I started looking at the page count at this page. Why was that? I don't know, but it's something about me was starting to check out. Maybe there's something, maybe it's going a little long here, or it's dragging in this place. Being able to explain why you liked it makes such a difference, even if the writer disagrees with you. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Yes. It's probably good that you should explain why you liked the thing. Instead of it, yeah, because I liked it. It's nothing insightful that you're saying about it. Yeah. But when you come from film, there's no such thing as... The thing about writing in film is that there is no such thing as you do this in a bubble and everyone just tells you it's great and pats you on the back. I mean, unless you're like rich and famous or some shit, but nothing is above critique, and particularly because it's not the final word. You're constantly, when you're out on set, you can't just be a slave to the script. Things change. Things have to change. You're going to have other people who are collaborators who are going to come in and have input, like talent and actors. These things, so it's always very malleable. It's never 100% just, it's not written in stone, as they say. If you just say I liked it, they don't know exactly what exactly was that caused that reaction, and they can't do more of the thing that worked. Exactly, yeah. It just means that they're not. It doesn't help them have introspection on their own work. Like, same thing as a person. Like, when you try to be introspective and understand who you are and how you could be a better person and things like that, if no one's pointing out to you what's going wrong or what's right or what's good about it, it's hard for you to pinpoint, okay, why did I do it this way, and what does that say about, what I'm interested in, how I understand my craft, what I'm trying to communicate. Now we're so now that we've destroyed half of your sprint, do you want to do a thing? Yeah, that's true. I guess it is like 12 minutes. It's fine. I don't know. I don't mind. I don't mind chatting. And I'm trying to come up with a better idea, like another idea to play around in this to try to get myself started. But yeah. I still am trying to even learn what these emojis are. You will come to find that I'm an old man. I still don't even understand. Was that TPF fun? That looks cute. Okay, boomer. Yes, that's fair. That is fair. Whatever you say, boomer. Yes. That is me. That I am. It's completely fair to call me a boomer, particularly when it comes to some of the internet things. How old am I? I'm 34. So I'm no spring chicken. But I did grow up in the age of the internet, so. But I do also remember what it was like before we had. Oh yeah, you're ancient. Thanks. I guess it doesn't show up on camera, but I have gray hair. I am an old man. I am indeed an old man. Buddy. My child is yelling at me. Hello. My big, fat, orange, furry child. Your first pen must have been a dinosaur's horn that got stuck in tar. If only time worked that way, I would be a lot cooler. Because if I did indeed use a dinosaur that I slayed and stuck it in tar and wrote a story like that, I'm feeling pretty badass doing that. Just walk out with a giant spear, slay a dinosaur, and then write the first story mankind has ever known. That sounds cool as hell. But no, unfortunately, I grew up on number 2 pencils, so that's what we are. We're nowhere near that cool. Could be the real life reference of how the pen became mightier. Exactly. I'm the reason. That's me. I'm the reason. I'm the reason why you always hear the pen is mightier. Because my original pen, the first pen, was a fucking sword. And it slayed a dinosaur and then wrote an epic poem in dinosaur blood on a cave wall.
What? Buddy. What? Calm down.
Ugh, my orange cat is freaking out.
Hello. Hi. Yes. You want up?
Oh, you fat monster. Good lord. Baron Harkonnen. Alright. You gonna go up? You gonna go up? Okay, go up. Go in the window. Yes. There you go. Just nope. Oh god, child. There you go. Down you go. Ooh, yeah. Love Death Robots. Oh, you just checked that out yesterday? It is very good. Yes, I am familiar. I've only watched, I think, the first season of it. Because I believe David Fincher's a producer on it. I think directed a few of them, or maybe he was just a producer. But I'm a big David Fincher fan, so halfway through season 2. How are you liking it? I remember some of the stuff in the first one was kind of interesting. It kind of lost me a little bit, but I mean, this was years ago. I think when I watched the first season was maybe like 4 years ago or 3 years ago. But the animation's really good. Like a lot of the CG it's stylized and cool.
Buddy, you're fine.
You like the concept? Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think, do the stories ever, like, I don't know, are there any, like, favorites of yours or ones that you feel like really hit them? Because the problem that I had with this, it just felt like nothing really had staying power for me. It just kind of was like, oh, that was interesting, and then I moved on. Because they're so short, it's very difficult to put down. Who doesn't have 6 minutes for another? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. It's almost like internet life at that point, where, like, what Vine would have been back in the day, or I guess what TikTok is now, where everything's just like, yeah, it's super short. So you're like, oh, we can just keep on to the next one. It's smart. It's not it's, you can have some misses based on personal taste, and it's not going to, like, derail you from watching the whole show. They're genuinely well thought out and created stories. Cool. Yeah, I might go back and finish or watch the second season and the third season, because it has been a long time, but I was super stoked on it. I mean, I remember the robot, the like fighting the like fighting ring one was pretty dope from the first season. Like, I really dug that. Yeah. I can't remember. There was a twist in that one too that I thought was interesting, where it's like someone was actually controlling. I can't remember what the twist was. There was a twist in that one though that was cool, because it was all like dudes having their prize fighters, and they like link to these monsters. It was cool. It was a cool concept. I agree. After a while, they kind of blend together, but I don't think that's the fault of the actual stories. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're specifically all, like, kind of cyberpunky. It's because they're within the same genre, since all of them are sci-fi. Certain themes come up multiple times. Mech suits, spaceships, human... Yeah. Yep.
That's kind of the... I was always a big fan of anthology series, like anime anthology series, because usually there was only like 3 stories. Sometimes there was more. Like when I'm thinking about like Memories is a really great example. Because like all 3 of those stories really stand out, and there's only 3 in that whole series, or in that movie. What is it, Carnival? I Am Memories. I Am Memories. Yeah. I'm trying to think, is it Little Carnival or Tokyo? I think it's Tokyo Carnival. Or Robot Carnival. No, it's Robot Carnival. That was the other one. Robot Carnival. That's also, and that one I think has like 5 or 6 different stories, but they're all great. But Love and Robots kind of reminded me of those old like 80s anime anthologies that were kind of sci-fi. Yeah, Robot Carnival. It's that's a boss battle in Sonic Heroes. Okay, all right. Well, that is true. It is that. But it's also a really rad anime movie that's an anthology. Let's see if I can find my thing here. There we go. Okay. So, here you go. That is, if you can see the screen, it has the wiki page for it. But yeah, so it was an anime anthology movie. It has probably some of the best animation. It's good stuff. I highly recommend it. Off on another adventure we are. Yeah. Nope. Well, gotta show people. Robot Carnival is one of my favorite. I love these movies, so anybody could be like, check this out. It's dope. It's good stuff. Also has beautiful, beautiful animation. A lot of it has to like cool robot stories. Depends. I guess it depends if you're into anime as a genre, but this is like some of the best of the best. It's not too anime, I guess, or like what the modern anime, like the obnoxious weird stuff. They're all these cool little. You feel like now is not a good time. Yep, makes sense. Oh yeah, because you have just watched 2 seasons of Robot Carnival, but you should definitely check it out if you when you are no longer in tired of robot stories. There we go. Okay. Might as well just restart all this. You don't really watch shows the way you used to? How'd you used to watch them? Like, or do you mean you just don't watch that much anymore? These are just so easy that's hard not to. Yeah. That makes sense. I don't know. I don't know. I tend to have... it's probably why I don't watch a lot of TV. I don't watch it. Yeah, I just want to sit here. Yeah, I just don't really sit and watch stuff anymore. Yeah. That's why I don't watch television. There's just not enough hours in the day to justify that. Which makes me definitely feel like, I'm definitely... the cultural conversation moves on without me in that sense, but it's kind of why I try to focus on reading or movies or whatever it might be. I just don't have time for like It's wild. Like sometimes with TV, it's it's like 20 to 40 hours. It's like who has time? Let's get ready to restart it. The last thing I really oh man, Hi Bonnie Renmei. That's a great one. That is great. I remember reading somewhere that the sort of like gardeny purgatory world was at least inspired by Murakami's Hard-Boiled Wonderland: The End of the World, which was one of my favorite books when I was in college. And I don't know how true, if there is actual truth to that, like they read it, but yeah, I'm definitely a fan of Lane for sure. Yep. Zero Experiments Lane, Hi Bonnie Renmei. I'm pretty sure that was the same studio. I'm almost right. It's definitely the same character designer. Probably same director too. Yep, that's how I was introduced to Hi Bonnie Renmei. I found it. It was made by the creator of Lane. Yep. Was somehow unaware he had ever done anything else. Oh yeah. Lane was really popular, and definitely I think stole a lot of the thunder from Hi Bonnie Renmei. But I think that they came out pretty close together, if I'm not mistaken. Too. I think they did them like back to back. I might be talking out of my ass. That might not be true, but it seemed, for whatever reason, my understanding of time seems like it was. Have you heard of Despera? I have not. What is that? Despera? It was 98. Okay. Alright, it's only 4 years apart. Despero was a planned spiritual citadel, but never saw. Oh, what a drag! That would have been cool. Oh, but the director died? What a drag. Okay. It followed an extremely intelligent young girl who builds a machine that can accurately predict the future. Oh, okay. Oh, what a bummer. Beginning from its... Okay. I mean, it says they published a light novel series and a graphic novel based off of it, but... I don't know if they ever actually did, but it was planned at least. Oh, what a drag. Yeah, so, and it was because the director died? That sucks. Ugh. Yeah, that's a bummer. It's like some of these, it's like particularly like recently with like Berserk and stuff, these manga artists who just work themselves to death. and then the stories never get finished. It's the same thing with like the what's her name? Is it Ai Izawa? I think, is that her name? Who did like Paradise Kiss and Nana, where I think she's been having health problems for years, and just Nana probably will never finish. It's just a bummer. It's a bummer. Okay. Alright, we'll start the timer back. We'll see if I can actually like do it. It's fine. You feel free to keep talking though. It's okay. I do enjoy chatting. Oh no, it's the end of the playlist. We've gone to the end of the playlist. There we go. If I make this a drug dealer, we're getting too close to risky business. It's not really a rom-com, though. To answer your long forgotten questions, but no, I don't just write about hauntings, though that kind of isn't off my table. When I say paranormal, I mean more mythos, demonology, succubi, living cool monsters that go bump in the night, but on a more large, serious scale. Oh, interesting. Okay. Monsters that go bump in the night, but like have like global implications. Is that what you mean by on a large like serious scale. Like it's not just like the house is haunted. It's like, oh, this thing could cause the end of the world or something even worse in certain cases. I mean, living paintings, that's always fun. That's cool. Mythos. Are you a Lovecraft person? I mean, that's not so much just paranormal. It's more like existential, cosmic-y stuff. But, because I was a diehard, when I was in high school, I was a diehard Lovecraft kid. Way into it. I mean, I still am in a lot of ways. Not so much in his writing specifically, but on just conceptually, cosmic horror has always been a favorite of mine. Something that film, by the way, speaking of film, does not have a good track record trying to do. I would say more how typically in haunting stories the thing is attached to the place. Yeah, it haunts the place. My things have their own stories to tell, their own lives to be lived, independent from the protagonist. So like these things don't exist for the exploit of the good guys coming and kill. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I see. Yeah. Yes, they're not just there as like, they're not there just to be evil for better people to show up and be tormented and then eventually stop. That these things have like actual. They want to impose their will upon the world for their own selfish / they actually have desires. They're understandable in that way. If I'm understanding you correctly, of course. I like the idea of like ghosts being able to have their own, like wanting to affect the world for their own actual desires, not just for some like broader, because the devil or something, Bum, bum, bum. The living painting stories in a short story series I have called The Azure Project. It is said in said episode, our protagonist gets sucked into a long-lost world where only one woman has ever existed. Oh man, that's dark and weird. There was a Clark Ashton Smith short story I always liked that had like this dying planet where there was just this water nymph. And it was like right as like the last bits of her pond were drying up, but she had just existed alone on this planet and was finally dying. And I always found that deeply haunting and terrifying. I can see how that's horrifying. When I specify woman, I mean she's the only sentient being in existence. Yeah, in her like world. Yeah, that's deeply, deeply, deeply existentially terrifying. That sounds. I mean, that sounds cool. Do you post your stories or do you like sell them anywhere? Like, do you have them on Bot Dylan? Hello, Bot Dylan. Welcome to the channel. Just for you, my name's Imperator Wildlight, and I'm essentially a screenwriter and tabletop RPG writer. And yeah, we're just here doing writing and talking about writing and cool stories, cool like people in painting ghost stories, because it sounds intense. Because it was a cursed work of art, she was literally the only subject of the painting, so she would be the only sentient being in that existence. Yeah, that's cool. I dig that a lot. I love that. That is very, very cool. And it just makes sense. It's poetic and also deeply makes sense and deeply, deeply disturbing. Tavia Maris, you reminded me of Dogscape for some reason. Dogscape. I have no idea what Dogscape is. That, whatever that is, that went over my head. Sorry, is it? Oh, cool. Oh, is a copy pasta style collaborative story. Oh, cool. Okay. Oh, cool. Oh, neat. Pretty cool collection. Oh, hardcore. Oh, okay. Hardcore too, so be warned. Oh, all right. Depends what kind of hardcore. I can handle a lot, but there's certain things I have zero tolerance for. Tavia Memories. You can imagine the initial shock of being in a world that has our protagonist, who, to be fair, is used to dealing with paranormal happenings, but also imagine as the subject seeing another independently thinking creature for yeah. And one not of their own, probably, imagination. I can only imagine a sentient thing would probably make up imaginary beings just to keep itself company or keep it sane. Just something that actually is not bendable to its will. Which is, in of itself, kind of spooky. She doesn't have any powers of creation. She's not the artist, so she simply exists there. Oh, okay. So she can't, like... I wonder what... Yeah. It's hard to even imagine what an existence... Like, even to just be able to, like, have delusions. And not go insane. What kind of being that would be. That could just exist completely on its own, isolated. It's weird. I imagine time would pass in a really weird way for someone like that. Let's see. We as humans are naturally social creatures. Our brains crave it and can go insane without it. That doesn't mean that's the default for every existence. Yeah, so it's an alien existence, or at least alien in relation to us. While you might feel the need to justify being alone in that world, to have something or someone to interact with, she does not. She does not. She just exists. Until something else shows up that disrupts that order, and then maybe it's like the inverse from needing. It's that all of a sudden having something drives them insane. Or having another. Beings coming to cognition for the first time is poetic, trying to grasp their first thoughts on the world. Yeah, if they, depending on how well they can grasp them. You can definitely get some, it's like see the world like a child in a way. Based on how it's just hard. It's hard to, so many things we know relationally. We see it in relation to other things, and that tends to be what defines things for us. But you always wanted her to return in later stories, so I never did anything that would out that possibility down the line. There's a possibility down the line. I can see why. It's a really great concept. Like, that's a really strong concept. It is deeply compelling and just philosophically compelling too. So I think saving it is a smart move or at least being able to use it again down the line, because that's really cool. The point of the Azure project is to find something called the Source that would hypothetically solve our protagonist's half-existence problem to make him whole again. So anything that involves interdimensionality is a step in the right direction and a door I should keep open. Okay, yeah, yep. That makes sense, yep. Make him whole again, so I think. And that painting is definitely, technically, an interdimensional problem, so... that's cool. I don't know, it's cool stuff. It's cool that you have it all, like, you have a whole thing themed around that, too. That's pretty neat. Hi, welcome in, Bob. Did I do you right? I do, but keep everything to yourself. Hey, some things, writing for yourself isn't a bad thing at all. No shame in that. Coincidentally, I do sci-fi, even metaphysical stuff. What kind of metaphysical stuff? That sounds cool. Like really out there metaphysical stuff. I used to read a lot of books about but a bit of everything. I used to read a lot of books about like journeying out of the body and like astral projection and stuff. Some of the, I think it was called Journeys Out of the Body, but there's some that could be like a fantasy sci-fi story. Some of the stuff he wrote in that is wild, like wild stuff, like a tree with money on it and like weird like hairy creatures on people's backs, just really weird stuff. Really weird stuff. I used to heavily practice lucid dreaming as a craft and teach it as a hobby. Oh, cool. You used to teach it? That's neat. I did it. I used to, when I was growing up, my parents had me in Boy Scouts. And when we go on like camping stuff, a couple of my friends and I would always, like, we got really into trying to like really create, like try to like project our consciousness. Like we got really into it. That's what happens when you grow up in an area that has a lot of like that new agey stuff. So like lucid dreaming, and then thinking that you can actually project your, trying to like do that. You can get some crazy experiences from it. I don't necessarily buy into it nowadays, but you definitely get some weird experiences trying that stuff out. Only do what I feel is sci-fi, but could reach fantasy level. Oh, okay, so yeah, so it's like sci-fi fantasy you could lean fantasy, so like Dune maybe, kind of Dune-y stuff. Astral projection, I'm still iffy on. Do I believe I've done it? Yes, there are a few things I've noticed in AP attempts that don't seem consistent with lucid dreams, and that makes me wonder. Yeah. It is different. It's fundamentally different than lucid dreaming. But I think that it's... I don't know. There's something weirder going on there. I don't know if it's like... You're like cracking deeper into your like actual like kind of dream consciousness a little bit. It's less... Even though you're I don't know. It's weird. Control, maybe? I don't... I'd almost buy into conscious expansion versus actual astral projection. Like, there's just an ability for you to be aware in a lucid dream state of things that are around you, but it still comes with that kind of, like, almost hallucinogenic element that happens when you're dreaming. Oh, yeah, Dune. Yeah. Sci-fi fantasy is that in one you say because science, the other say because magic. 100%, yeah. There's much sci-fi that is straight up just, because math. And you're like, that's not how math works. That's not how any of that works. But, yeah. Magic and science. It's all the same. As Arthur Clarke said, sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. 100% true. Absolutely. Absolutely true. I mean, that's true, too. If you think about the things we can do scientifically today, or technologically, would be magic in the past. So, the same, you can assume that forward in time. Alright, I'm going to grab myself some more water. I will be right back. And I'm back. Okay. What'd I miss? There's a hypothetical thing called ethereal projection. It is what I would call the fifth layer of a lucid dream. In concept, it is a state of shared dreaming externally. To say there would be a collective dream, from what I know as a LD teacher, shared dreaming internally doesn't work because either the host would assert control and cause the guest to be ejected, or the guest would assert control, causing the subconscious to almost immediately collapse the dream. Externally, though, if it were... Oh, okay, I see. More like a server nobody owned. That makes... Yeah, that's... Yes, yeah, a server that no one owned, that makes more sense. Yeah. Yeah, shared dreaming internally. Yeah, I don't think that would work. I wish modern sci-fi did more psionics, like mental powers. So much fun. I mean, yeah, yeah. I guess like treating it deeply serious. Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, Dune has its own like almost like metabolic understanding of psionics in a weird way, just like predicting future through past and being able to affect people, or like the Bene Gesserit stuff. It's like psionics, but not really. It's a different mechanism to do a similar thing. But then there's also, I mean, like X-Men. I mean, so like modern like pulp science fiction for sure does psionics, and like even like old like Jack Vance stuff is very similar. You know, or like I wouldn't call it high literature at all, but some of the D&D like Dark Sun stuff is definitely super psionic heavy. I feel like mental powers would fall more into paranormal because the answer isn't magic or science. It's unexplained unless we specifically engineered it. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, because what I'm getting ready to work on here is kind of a cyberpunk thing. I was actually looking a little bit into like Shadowrun. And that is kind of like a weird thing that they do in Shadowrun. Like, they still have magic, but there's like augmented cyber chips that can do psionic powers. It's really... The metaphysics of it are all very strange to me, particularly in a world where there's magic and tech. It's interesting distinction that they try to... I don't think they need it, but they keep trying to keep it on. But they try to keep them two separate things. Just cranked the mic up, I realized. Just made the mic super loud. All right. It might be a sinking ship, but it's our sinking ship. Exactly. All right. Obviously, talking about cyberpunk psionics, we need to mention, of course. A perennial in all genres. Yeah, and the manga too. Obviously the same thing, but yeah, that's psionics in a. Oh man, it is a work of art. It is a masterpiece of cinema, 100%. The manga is much more like literary and expanded in terms of like the world and what's going on in it. There's a lot more there. So if you're much more into like diving really deeply into things, okay, I don't want to. Akira. I mean, there's action in there for sure, but I don't know if I'd say it's definitely not slice of life, but it's yeah, deeply anti-authoritarian, deeply anti-authority, kind of it's definitely picking a fight with a lot of people, but it's a seminal work of science fiction for sure, and the animation is nothing has been animated like that ever before or after. It's just even Ghibli and like Miyazaki, who I actually think is still a better filmmaker. Like, he's a better visual storyteller. Akira is
just it's kind of one of those. It's like one of the most. It's one of those movies that's like one of the perfect films of the 20th century, and encapsulates a lot of what was going on in the 80s. In the 80s, for sure. It has some body horror in it, so it's like if you're not into that stuff, I wouldn't watch it because it's definitely got some nightmarish, like intensely nightmarish imagery. But I wouldn't say it's action. It's not particularly action oriented. I don't need shows to be completely absent of action. It just seems that shows tend to go too far to relying on the action instead of building a genuine bond with the viewer. When I watch a show, I either want to think or feel something. Okay. Yeah, I would argue Akira's in that boat. There's action in it, but it's not like an action anime, and it absolutely is not like it is absolutely not like power fantasy action at all. Deeply traumatic, dark, anti-authoritarian, anti-militant. Like it's I'm trying to think something that would be comparable to it. It's definitely like, because of the psionic stuff, it's definitely psychologically horror. It gets into the minds of its characters pretty deeply. But yes, yeah. I do agree with you, too, because I don't tend to like action anime very much. Or action shows, for that matter. Just action in general. But yeah, they will always rely on, they think if the audience is getting bored, they can just kind of cram things in to like make the next beat, you know. Yeah. Seen lots of anime failing, but yeah, I mean, anime's always been, it's like any other medium. There's large swaths of trash, and then there's the gems. I see the appeal of, in this show, a bunch of explosions happen, and people fist fight and shoot lasers a lot. That's far from what I look for, yeah. I would not put Akira in that at all. It's definitely got some testosterone-filled teenager action in it, but they are also just testosterone-filled teenagers in a world that is increasingly violent and designed to essentially bury them in the ground. But I wouldn't put it just... There's a lot of just terrifying things that happen inside your mind in that anime, more than there is just action. Definitely some nightmare scenes. There are some scenes in Akira that gave me nightmares for years. When I first saw it, when I was a kid, but it definitely gave me a lot. It freaked me out, really freaked me out. But I also agree with you with slice. I don't know. I actually tend to like a lot of slice of life. I used to watch a lot of slice of life anime when I lived on my own in a small studio down in like downtown LA. I watched Flying Witch. I don't know why I loved that one. It was literally just about like growing plants and like getting along with your siblings. But I don't know. It soothed whatever. I don't know. It worked for me. Let's see here. Actually, a controversial take on Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is because the series is purely action and fan service, and it lost the character development of 2003. Okay, yeah. I actually was never a fan of Fullmetal Alchemist, even the original one. I should go back and rewatch Fullmetal Alchemist from 2003, but I was not into it when I first saw it, and I definitely didn't watch her. Yeah, and I definitely didn't watch Brotherhood. But when I was in high school when that came out. And, yeah, I was a freshman in high school when that came out. And at the time, yeah, I should probably give that a second shot. I think it was because I thought it was too much at that time. When I was, like, 2003 to 2006... I was pretty much exclusively watching things like Cowboy Bebop, Serial Experiments Lane, Evangelion. I was into that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, Fullmetal Alchemist, yeah.
Oh, it's better to not watch Brotherhood? Okay, yeah. Well, I haven't seen any of Brotherhood at all, but I just think I should probably go back and actually revisit. I should probably go back and revisit Full Metal Alchemist and actually give it a fair shake. Because, you know, I was in high school. I was like an angsty kid. You know, I thought I was better than everything. So. Which I assuredly am not. But. I like the world. I like the lore. I do remember thinking that stuff was cool. This back on and we'll go right, but feel free to keep on chatting and I'll pop in, respond as I go. I'm pretty sure many disagree, but the two are pretty different stories and plots. Yeah, it's funny that you say that. For whatever reason, I thought that Brotherhood was just like a remake of the original, but I didn't know that. I just thought it was a remake. I would say if you only watch one, watch Brotherhood. But if you're going to watch both, I don't think the order matters as much as people push. For all intents, they are not the same show, just the same foundation. And personally, I think they both shine for different reasons. Oh, okay. A good example of that, I wonder if this is similar, but even though I didn't like both of them, but I loved the original Hellsing, which I know departed a lot from the manga. And then I can't remember what they came. It was Hellsing Ultimate. I think it was Hellsing Ultimate. For whatever reason, I couldn't get into it. I like the original Hellsing more, but I think it started to get a little too like anime tropey to me, where they started doing certain things that I thought broke the kind of mood and the tone. That I thought they managed tone a lot better in the original Hellsing. But I don't know if it's the same thing between Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. I'd have to go back and watch them. Well, the problem is if you watch Brotherhood, you consume spoilers heavy. Oh, okay. Okay. And FMA is all about mystery. Okay, interesting. Okay, so Batavia disagrees. Oh, so it deviates from only follows the manga story for like 3 episodes. Was it one of those things where it outpaced the manga, so then they just had to start writing their own story with it? Because that happens. That happened with Trigun. You can feel free to keep calling me a boomer, since apparently all the anime that I know is from like, God, it's 20 years ago now. Good lord. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, so it probably wouldn't ruin too much at that point if which one you watched first, because it's probably each doing its own thing at that point. Exactly, it was created the same. Yeah, Brotherhood was made after the manga split. Yeah, so it follows it much more closely. Yeah, so yeah, in that case, they do probably just follow. They might have a similar ending depending on whether or not the manga creator like clued them in. But yeah, it sounds like if it's anything like Trigun, it's they're 2 completely different stories, like fundamentally different. So in that case, yeah, you can just watch them however you want, really, because they're kind of at that point, yeah, they're probably just two separate stories, really. Probably doesn't help that we keep talking about anime. Now every idea I keep popping up with to try to like pop these ideas in here. I'm like, that sounds like an anime plot. No, stop. The core difference is the creation of the homunculi in Brotherhood. This is a worldwide conspiracy. They are artificially created with an endgame in mind. Okay. In FMA original, they are direct result of fail. Oh, interesting. Okay. Which leads to, in my opinion, Brotherhood having a more solid plot line, but the original being a more emotional story. Yeah, because isn't that the whole thing with his brother? The armored guy? Isn't yeah, like for whatever reason I always thought it came from the fact that he like failed and like trapped his brother's body in that thing or something like that. Which leads, okay, interesting. I can see why that lends itself to a much more emotional narrative. You see, the little spoilers are not good for FMA as they give out the plot you see developed during the suicide with the character development of the characters. I suggest the YouTube video, The End of Full Metal Alchemist, is perfect to understanding the deep, the crux of the problem. I am fully willing to spoil this anime. I apologize, but I disagree that spoilers really matter. Okay, interesting. I mean, I generally don't like to be spoiled, but I did watch the original FMA a long time ago, so I don't know if that bears on Brotherhood. And also, it's fine. It's from 2003. Spoilers are they're almost kind of reserved for me, I guess, recent things. I don't know. If we're talking about things from 20 years ago, I don't think spoilers matter that much. It is fun to go and watch something cold, though, and have absolutely no idea what's coming and then get punched in the face by it. I will say that some of my favorite experiences are that. When you just get hit out of left field by something, but... While both shows use homunculi as foil characters, I feel that element is what makes the original worth watching. Because unlike Brotherhood, in original, every single one of the homunculi came into existence due to somebody we know doing something they shouldn't have been doing. Yeah, shouldn't have attempted doing. That brings the concept of consequence for action, which is something I look for in writing, yeah. It's also partially bears the responsibility for the evil onto the good guys. Even yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, I mean it's literally just 100% creating good characters, and they aren't in any control of these things as their personal consequence. Yeah, through hubris, through their own even their their own best best intent, despite their best intentions. I mean, maybe not in all cases best intentions, but for the most part, best intentions. Things can go wrong, and they still have to take a responsibility for that. And yeah, I like anything that can make the good guys a little less good, and make them have to like wrestle with those, the sort of like ethical or moral or that's always good stuff. It's for complicated characters. It's too Blade Runnery. Falling in love with a hologram is too Blade Runnery. Too much. Major spoilers for what I'm about to say, but FMA was all about, in the end, there is no fairness in the exchange. Fairness, like in terms of the, like in terms of creating the homunculi? Is that what you mean? Like it's not like a fair exchange, that there's a, that there's a price to be paid? Because it seems like, I guess in the world, is it that the homunculi can actually be one of them, like I committed to do to somebody when I do something they shouldn't have attempted doing. That seems more like the rules of alchemy restrict you from being able to do what they're trying to do. Like, I guess or it's that, I guess, if the end fairness in the exchange. See, this is where I'd have to watch it because I don't even know the purpose. Like, what are you trying? What is the exchange? What are you trying to achieve? Because alchemy in general in the show very much is a one for one fair trade. The only reason the specific instances didn't work out is because there is no price, which is kind of the show's moral. How much is a human life really worth? What's like one life costs one life kind of thing. The use of the powers are not through the equivalent exchange because there is something missing. The missing piece is the energy, and oh my, I'm so sorry to give out spoilers. Oh yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about it, Bot Dylan. You're good, bud. I don't think anybody here is gonna be upset. How regal of you, Talia. Just to be like, by all means, spoil more. You almost sound like a villain. I don't know. It cracks me up. But no, you're fine. It's okay. You can absolutely spoil away, Bot Dylan. It's fine. It should not hurt you. Talking about a show that you clearly like passionately, even if there's spoilers, should not be painful to you. Sits in a large office chair facing the window and pets my cat. Yeah, that's exactly what I have in my head. Dr. No over here.
is how Tavia's gonna rule the world, is by getting everyone to spoil everything and just be like feeding right into your plan. Somehow you're gonna convert spoiler energy into like a super laser. But yeah, there's a plot hole in FMA about the gentleman ordering the homunculi to create more stones. Oh yeah, now we're starting to get in the weeds where I don't remember some of this stuff. It has been 19 years, or probably 18 years since I've watched it, so help me recollect. Yeah, I've seen the show new, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what, yeah. The homunculi to create more stones, and that's what seems to bother the fans of the Brotherhood one. Okay. I just assumed, I mean, it's an anime. I would not be shocked if some dude was just named Gentleman. Oh, father? Is that their father? Yeah, that seems like a detail that would be lost. Background guy in a suit number 15. Background. Ah, yes, this key plot point is being delivered by man in suit. Character we will never see again. Hologram gets I would not put it past most shows to just have some random dude come up and exposition dump the entire conflict on us. I would not, particularly with some of the anime that I've caught in recent years. Yeah, I don't think you're wrong there. just like random dude in shades just tells you everything you need to know, and you're like, who was that guy, and why does he know all this? Unfortunately, a lot of the really great writers that worked in anime are all passing away, which is a drag. Now it's like, what, Irabuchi, I think? It's like he's like one of the only big names right now. I'm sure there's more, but yeah. I feel like some of the writing in modern... There's always been bad writing in anime. I'm not like looking back in rose-colored glasses, but even some of the bigger shows that have been coming out recently, I just don't feel like it's just not... They're not as well written. 90% of the anime community... That is 100%. It's like anytime I've ever gone to an anime convention and somebody, like, anybody mentions Fate or the Fate Stay Night stuff, and some random dude just shows up out of the crowd dressed like a security guard in like Neo from the Matrix and just starts telling me all this stuff that I don't understand. It's like this massive exposition dump. Yeah. Hey kid that just walked into town, have you heard about the government's corruption and all the murders nobody is supposed to know about? As someone with a sword, you should probably do something about that. And you can start by talking to that guy over there that has the magic powers that I don't trust but will definitely help you. Okay, goodbye forever. Okay, so now I've figured it out. It's because everybody who writes anime just plays video games. Because that's literally what happens in every JRPG/RPG out there is someone sits there and just yells to you the story and tells you who to go talk to. There you go. You've cracked it. You've cracked the case, Tavia. You've made it. Well done. That's really funny. It's good. Yo, they should have a show start like that, and then 60 episodes later, when we're fighting the big bad, the random dude comes back into the picture and shows a sign of approval. It'd just be like, I knew you had it in you. And then the protagonist is like, who are you? Viewers like, who is that? Yeah, that I feel like they make fun of that, and you know, you always have those like random bit characters in like old 80s comedies and stuff like that where he'll just show up. They always make fun of it in like the Adam Sandler movies where it's the one guy in the crowd who's like, you can do it, you know, that kind of thing. Because that always used to be a weird thing where just some random dude would say a thing and then show back up at the end of the movie. And you're like, who is this person and why does anyone care? But of course 60 episodes is a much longer time than an hour and a half. But I feel like there's a good joke there. There is definitely a good joke there, for sure. Fine, let's take it further. Oh, are we yes-anding? Is that where we're going with this? We're all gonna yes-and each other? See, the weird thing is what happens if at the end it turns out that that random dude who gave you all the exposition is the big bad at the end. And then it's like, I knew I had it in you. And then it's your dad. It's every literal spoiler, shocker, everything just crammed into each other at the end in the most cynical way possible. Then we get a flashback that shows that even though we have not seen this man in 60 episodes and his only appearance was a 12-second expo dump in episode 1,
He's been putting the plot into place and following us every step of the way, and none of this would have been possible without him. That would, yeah, see, that's, yeah, he becomes integral to the story, and no one ever noticed it. I mean, they don't do the exact same thing, but that reminds me of The Last Airbender with the Cabbage Man, and then when they do the big play, the whole reason they can do the play is because the Cabbage Man was in, like, every episode. Yeah. But I think it's better to have it be like, no, this dude is, like, actually integral to the plot. Completely the reason why any of this is happening. I don't know if any of you have read Magic Knight Rayearth, but in a weird way, they do that a little bit. There's a little bit of a thing at the end of Magic Knight, and it's the comic. They don't do it in the anime, but in Magic Knight Rayearth, there is a little bit of that, where there's this character that's just doing a thing, and then I mean, they're always present, but they're not particularly seemingly important, except for the very beginning, or just like, you think it's just sort of like there for cutesy Deus Ex. You got flashbacks of Magic Knight Rayearth, yeah. I don't know if you read the comic, because it's different in the comic and the anime. But, they do a little bit of that, where the thing that seems very innocuous and kind of random and stuff all of a sudden is like literally the most important thing about the whole story. So, I don't know. It's always fun when you can do that. It's an actual good twist if it pays off. Okay, alright. I'm going to go fill my water up. My second idea crashed and burned very hard. I do like the first idea for this, but we'll keep pushing. Keep on pushing. You never know. Sometimes good things come out of bad ideas. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go get more water. I'll be right back. And back. All right. All right. Cool. Try to get a third idea out before I maybe chillax. See if we can do one more.
feel like I was having a lot better luck when I was using this picture as writing inspo. For whatever reason, having an argument with a blow-up doll seems to the sadness of it, the absurdity of it, the hilarious, just everything about it lends itself to a story must be told. Oh, the humanity. Stop abusing that poor blow-up doll. Don't yell it. Don't speak to her that way. How dare you? I've seen this movie a few times, and I still have no memory of what was happening in this scene. I actually don't remember it at all. I don't know why they're yelling at the blow-up doll. I don't remember. Here, since we've been bad, we'll just jump into it. Bam. All right. Maybe she's jealous. I mean, jealous of the obvious affair that's occurring. The question is who's having the affair? If this was taken in that way, it almost looks like that blow-up doll is about to, like, leap forward and headbutt the other person, which is kind of funny. In Detroit Become Human, they put on a magazine in-game that android relationship are preferred by males over relationship with real females. Oh yeah, I'm sure they did. I am sure they did. 100%. They, Yep. I never played it. I had a buddy of mine who was into that game, but I mean that was like the whole thing. It's interesting that they like gender it that way though. That like, who knows? Maybe like females would be more interested in androids than like preferring androids to males. You know. We don't, particularly like men don't have a habit of not listening particularly well. All the other things. You just, anyone could theoretically just enjoy a programmed thing that's essentially not programmed to have like autonomy and a will of its own, but programmed literally to be there for your needs. That's appealing to both genders. And appealing in the satirical way that it's clearly trying to point out that it's like a societal problem. Nothing of human like androids are coming, and I'm here thinking how bad it is going to get. True. We'll see if it ever takes off. I remember some of the android, like the robotic stuff that was coming out of Japan, like the lifelike bodies and stuff like that. I'm sure we'll get there at some point, but I have a feeling our odd, like, human relation with dolls are a thing now, and like even marriages. Yeah, I mean, there's always been that, and yes, there's an uptick of people doing weird things like marrying body pillows and stuff. And yeah, dolls and stuff. But like, there was an old show called My Strange Sexual Addiction where a guy was like obsessed with cars. It's, you know, I don't want to kink shame, but yeah, you know, there's there might be an argument to be made about like intense types of alienation and like strange, like the strange, weird, like arbitrary replacements we make for essentially trying to compensate for the fact that we're all, you know, we lack human connection with other people, be it romantic or even platonic. And then we start creating like obsessive dummy versions of that because we're incapable of, you know, emotionally, physically, just the way that the world, the systems in power that have formed us, we're no longer able to deal with autonomous people, and also that we as autonomous people have desires and needs that are sold to us, and we're conditioned to think that those are important. So then you have a society that marries dolls or body pillows or whatever, and fundamentally a sexless, lonely society. So it's not just the robot androids. There's a lot more going on behind the scenes, I think, that leads to that. Oh yeah. Oh, whoa! That is cool as hell. Whoa. Kay's relationship with Joy and Blade Runner 2049 is a great portrayal. Yeah, it's yeah, I remember watching that in the theater, and I was like, that a whole thesis could be written about bodies and sex and how bodies and what does embodiment actually mean in a conscious way, or in like the way that we can engage with people, and whether or not are these genuine. Is there a difference between whether or not they're genuine or not? Yeah, you could literally go down an entire philosophy of mind course literally on that single scene from Blade Runner 2049. It's one of the most interesting things I had ever seen put in a movie in at least 30-40 years. It was really great. It was complex and sad for the yeah. It's just deeply complicated, and you're not sure how to feel. I just said it to it, yeah. I love those emotes. Those rock. What are they? I like the weird like glint sword. I've been playing too much Elden Ring. My God, the glint sword. Okay, hold on. It just looks like a lightsaber slash or Sir Sword. Okay, Sir Shield, Sir Mad, Sir Sad. Surprise! All right. Okay. All right, these special emotes are wonderful, and I love them. Those are cool. You just set up a 2FA account. Oh wait, what is 2FA? I should know that, right? Is this where you all call me a boomer again? Because I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. Is that Fortnite? Oh, two-factor. Oh, two-factor. Oh.
Oh, okay. I know what that is. I just never knew. I'd never heard of it as 2FA before. Okay. Yeah, no, I do know what that is. I'm proud of that fact. So Twitch gives you emotes for setting up two-factor auth. Oh. Alright. Did I do that? I should probably do that. I want cool emotes. Those emotes rock. Yeah, apparently, yes. Well, yeah. And they're really cool, too. Yes. I'll do that after I'm done streaming, probably. What a great way to encourage account. Yeah, no kidding. Actually, that is a brilliant way to do it. Because usually, particularly everything else I've had to do two-factor, like in Google, I've had to do two-factor auth, and it drives me nuts. Like, I actually desire the emotes. I desire the digital emotes to express myself with, because they're very cute, and they're also like, I like their little night helmets. And they're expressive. I don't know. It's criminal how cute it is. Whatever part of my brain it's working on, I feel angry about it, but I still love it. Whatever endorphins it's causing. But yeah, they definitely motivated me to do it. Do you feel so mad? Yeah, I do. It makes me feel so mad. And I'll be very mad if I can't get those emotes when I set up two-factor auth, which I will do immediately after I'm done tonight. In my desperate attempt to have my surmotes. Just gotta figure out how to change my password. Oh, like for the two-factor thing, or just in general, like on Twitch? That should be pretty easy, right? I would imagine. You just go into the settings. Unless you don't... Well, yeah, I think even if you don't remember it, I think they just email you, right? The prompt forces me to use a lowercase, an uppercase, and a symbol. It says, okay, looks good. Great, strong password. Then I click OK, and it errors and says it's not complex enough, so I'm both hitting and missing the required standard somehow. Oh, yeah, that's weird. It's just like, you did it. You did. Actually, no, you did. What a cruel, cruel game it's playing with you, Tavia. Like, how dare it, like, just sit there and tell you you've done exactly what it needs and then yanks it away from you at the last minute. A password manager? Oh, yeah, I'm sure, like an app or something.
I should probably get one of those because I'm terrible. I feel like a grandparent when it comes to passwords. I have so goddamn many. But it's amazing when you can both. You're like a particle in physics, like those particles that can exist and not exist at the same time, or travel through two different places at once. You're just somehow right at the threshold where you're both doing everything exactly right and wrong. You've ascended duality. Every once in a while I get pop-ups on the homepage encouraging me to change my password because I haven't changed it in a while, so it's like, what do you want me to do? Oh, I'll take a look into it, yeah. Okay, yeah, key pass, yeah. Yeah, I get those too. I either get one where it's like, this could have been in a data leak, or this is the same password you've had for a year or 2 years, however long. Yeah. It's like, I don't need to spend my life. Keep ass, yes.
You want conflict between the lovers from the get-go here? Oh, I'm not sure. I'm just kind of spitballing ideas. Essentially, it's a rom-com and a cyberpunk in a cyberpunk setting is the premise. So I'm just kind of spitballing different essentially just a bunch of different ideas. Just kind of throwing it out there. I'm just trying to get some variants, like different things, like radically different things, to see what works, what doesn't. But I can definitely tell I'm kind of running out of steam on these ones because the last two didn't really. I can tell I like the first. You can always tell the ideas you like because they're more fleshed out and they work better. And they're kind of like you can kind of run with them for a bit. But I don't necessarily like to jump straight on those necessarily. I like to try to like force a few more out because sometimes even if the other ideas don't work quite so well, you can get like ancillary ideas from them that can inform things. In this case, there's not even really a idea here. There wasn't even like an idea about two lovers. It was literally just just completely a backstory thing. Just kind of an inverted version of I don't know if you've ever seen The Nice Guys, but one of the funniest parts in that movie is when you find out that the guy's wife left him for her dad. So I'm just trying to invert it in a very white trashy way, the experience of having someone screw their dad's girlfriend and then get out of the house is something I have actually seen happen in where I grew up. So it's amazing. It's amazing what us white folk get up to. But yeah, I'm not quite sure. Since I'm still just in the sort of germination phase of this whole project. It's mostly just kind of spitballing ideas. But yeah, I mean usually you need in a lot of rom-coms, it generally there's almost always, not almost always, it depends on the type of rom-com. On behalf of us white folk, that sounds like a personal issue. Yeah, well, I grew up in very poor parts of white folk, so I saw a lot of nonsense happening. So I embrace my white trashy raccoon backgrounds. Us raccoon people are dumpster diving weirdos. But yeah, I did see a lot of weird trailer park stuff going on when I was growing up. So weird stuff. I saw lots of things, so I can't deny some of that. Yeah, I joke about it being like, you know, white trash and white people. It's usually just like a class that it's economic. Like if you're in poor parts of
undereducated and poor parts of areas, there you're gonna see all kinds of wacky shit. No matter, it doesn't matter. None of that shit actually matters. I just like joking about it because, you know, it's where I'm from. I'm from that. I'm from that culture. Essentially, a bunch of goth white trash anime kids. That's where I hail from. And I grew up in Phoenix, Arizona, so it was all in the desert. And that is a special breed of like scrawny desert rats out there, including myself. But it's also why I left there, because it's too goddamn hot. All right. Ugh. Okay, well, I'm going to call it for the ideas stuff tonight. I'm going to have to let some of this stuff simmer and actually try to come up with something after this. So I am going to wrap up on that side. But because it's all cyberpunky, maybe I'll throw on Valhalla and play that for a little bit before I sign off. How about you, Bot Dylan and Tavia? Are you guys writing? Are you all writing right now? Or I shouldn't say guys. I have no idea if you're guys, but y'all, like us Texas folk. You writing? What are you all up to? Guy here, but not writer yet. Yeah, probably gonna go. Oh, nearly 2 a.m., eh? Are you 2 a.m. where you are? I'm gonna go ahead and just assume that means that Tavia is on the East Coast, probably. Not sure how to man up and do actual writing and show my stuff. Hey, if you want to know a weird secret, I like, the whole reason why I started just kind of like writing on Twitch and doing all this anyway is actually kind of an attempt at a confidence booster. Not so much to be like, you're going to be praised and blah, blah, blah. It's mostly just to do it and do it in front of people. Yeah, it doesn't, yeah, exactly. And that's also true too. Like, exactly. Yeah, if you write, you're 100% a writer. You literally do not need to show people you're writing. You can write for yourself. But if that is something you want to do eventually someday and you're trying to build yourself up to, yeah, just people are nice and they're good and they'll give you good feedback. It's, you know, I mean, there's dicks out there, but most writers are passionate about what they do and passionate about what they're writing, and they'll, you know, if they're good people, they'll want to see you, you know, they'll want to give you good feedback and be excited to read what you got. But it's believe me, it's terrifying. I was definitely one of those people for a long time. Before I moved to LA, I was 100% one of those people that did not show my writing to anybody. All right, let's see here. But yeah, but don't sweat it if you can't yet. You're more than... Sometimes all it takes is time, and even if it doesn't, it's fine. Just write for yourself. All right, let's see if I can launch Steam here.
Well, I can say my love letters are good as they got stolen and many guys use fractions to win girls. Well, goodness gracious. So you're a poet and a romantic. Or at least you can woo. You can woo with words, Bot Dylan, clearly. I'm sorry that got stolen though. That's I don't know, if a bunch of my writing got stolen when I was What? Are you carrying any weapons, sir? No, but women women tell me I'm the bomb. That's terrible. That's terrible. That's ugh. The embarrassing thing is how often sometimes, like, if the cheekier and dumber it can be, that shit actually works sometimes. Like, shockingly, it does. I mean, because if it makes them laugh, it makes them laugh. Whoever you're trying to flirt with or hit on or whatever, it definitely works. Sometimes just being dorky about it is exactly what you need to do. Man, at least they got to good use. I mean, yeah. I mean, if anything, that's a compliment because they're effective, but give it time. Give it time and keep writing. Just write, yeah. Write for you, and eventually, when you find people you're comfortable with, you can share it. And sometimes it's about finding the right people to share it with, but eventually, if that's something you do want to do and break the mold and try to go out and put your writing out there, there are safe spaces to do it that aren't just, the beautiful thing is you're probably, you almost guaranteed are not terrible, and no one's going to think you're terrible. Well, there's always going to be haters, but the point is that people will understand your voice and your point of view. Yes, well, you went down that road. Yeah, when you came in first, Tavia, you were talking about too safe of spaces, and that is true. Because those are just enabling. They're not even like safe spaces. They're just enabling. Safe spaces where you can receive like constructive criticism and various critiques. Those are important. It's not so much the places that say you can't critique other writers and that you just essentially you have to clap and say everything's safe, like everything's great, it's not going to help anybody become a better writer. But there's also ways where you can do that the opposite way, where you're like, you're terrible. I mean, I can tell you that out here in LA, that kind of shit happens all the time, but that's because nobody actually wants you to do well in LA. LA is a city that is completely based on hoping and wishing for everybody's failures. That's not you. It's a very like weird and almost like quote unquote, I don't want to say catty, but just kind of like it's a city that's not particularly supportive of people, particularly creatives. Where the hell is Steam? There we go. Jesus. All right. Wait, you're trying to open pressurized gas? Or was that in response to a thing? Because I was like, well, be careful. Shit. Don't blow yourself up.
Do you know what pressurized gas is? It blows. I mean, it is gas that has been pressurized. I mean, depending on the... Oh, really? Okay. Whoops. I messed that up. Is that actually... I'm kind of hoping Bot Dylan actually, like... Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch, you. I need to, like... I can't stream late at night with you, because you're clever. You're a clever one. God damn it. God damn it. That was good, though. I give you props for that. I applaud you. Oh, wait, what? Oh, is it not going to work? Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, well. Too cheeky freaky. Alright, so I have to do... If I want to play Valhalla, I have to do it on the Windows side, because this version of OS X does not run 32-bit games. God damn it. Alright, well. I was going to do CyberPunk theme, but we'll do horror themed. Since that's... Yeah, we'll do a run. We'll do a run of World of Horror. To chill out to. Before bedtime. Alright, let's see if game screen works. Hey, it works. Huzzah! All right. The weird retro design of this game, plus the clearly Junji Ito inspired stuff, is always... It's hard not to love it. Hard not to love it. Transfer student, swimming team. Oh man, I could be a Yakuza driver. Yeah, that's good. The fact that I know who Junji Ito is without having to read a single thing he's made. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. I guess he has reached, I guess, that level of like cultural. Like I've been reading Junji Ito before his stuff, like back when his Tomie stuff was done in by Dark Horse, I think back in the 90s, and then I would read like, you know, fan scantillation stuff because none of his stuff was ever published over here. But it is weird now that like his stuff is everywhere. Yeah,
Is it the one they just announced? Because I think Crunchyroll and Adult Swim are doing his Uzumaki. But yeah, I mean, it's my jam. I love that stuff, just stylistically. All right. Well, we don't want to do that more. All right. Oh, they're still selecting what stories to put. Yeah. So that's going to be another anthology. I hope it's better. They made a what was it? It was like Junji Ito something. There was an anime series that was a bunch of his short stories, and it was terribly animated and just it was not good. It was not good. Scenario mode. Short adventure set during the events of classic mode. Coming soon. So that's not an option. Endless. You cannot stop the old gods. How very Lovecraftian of everything. You cannot stop it. It's coming no matter what. Alright, so this is just the classic mode, so we'll go and do that. We'll see if we can even get through all 5. Who do we want to do? There's the Devouring Fire. There's the... Oh, sorry, that was the Spider God. This is the Devouring Fire. This is... Essentially, this one's Azathoth. This is essentially the... It just eats the world. I don't know, I dig freaky... Banished to the Other Dimension a long time ago. Goizo is found... The way Goizo sounds reminds me of Takashi Miike's Gozu, which if you haven't seen is a crazy... You're like, excuse me, that's not an eldritch god, that's a telescope. You clearly need to, re-examine what you think is a monstrosity. Alright, we'll go and do the thing forsaken by God. Why not? Why not? It's a telescope because the stars are right, damn it. It's because the stars are right. Banished to the Other Dimension long time... Yeah. Banished to the Other Dimension a long time ago. Goizo has found a way to use mirrors and ensnare and teleport its prey straight through the glass. Glimpses of horror lurking behind your reflection are just the beginning. Alright, Hard Knock. +1 damage while under nicotine. Not bad. Alright. My mailbox is empty. You know, monsters going through the, going through mirrors is always a good time. Oh, I got an empty bottle. That's always good. Sweet. I don't know. It reminds me of, like, Sam Raimi stuff, you know? Which he does I think he did a little bit in that latest, like, Marvel movie, I think he did. Right? Yeah, he did Multiverse of Madness. Got to do some weird, like, mirror horror effects, which are kind of fun. I still just wish it was only a horror film. Flickers of images beyond the mirror is only the start. You also have a cigarette addiction. What's scarier than that? That's true. Actually, that's probably going to kill me way, way, way faster than any Eldritch God coming to annihilate the world. It's actually the cigarette companies and my intense addiction to nicotine. By the way, I'm pretty sure they got that nicotine addiction thing from, or the nicotine thing, like giving you a bonus, but also being addictive is, I'm pretty sure that was done in Metal Gear Solid. I'm almost positive that's where that comes from. Alright. The Sorrowful Saga of Moonlight Sailors. Spine-chilling story of school sisters. Horrible history of household hell. Freaky feature of found footage. It's going to be the Blair Witch Project of it. Vicious versus A Violent Vigil.
Don't forget Deus Ex, the original, where you smoked and got your health reduced. Oh, yeah. Although, I think... When did Deus Ex come out? I don't know. That's probably... Postal? What Postal? Alright, let's see. Which one do we start with? At least it's not the goddamn eel story. Okay, so this gives me +1 reason. Okay. Yeah, you will absolutely definitely notice that there's some, like, grammar. This game is clearly still in it's like still in development, but... And I don't think the designer and writers, I don't think English is their first language. All right, let's do freaky footage of found footage. Or freaky feature of found footage. All right. Oh, shit. Oh, you meant the video game, Postal. Yes, tobacco in that game, or is a game it's called a health pipe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sorry. For some reason, I did not realize you were talking about... Yes, the game. The game. You always love when tobacco... They always do that. They always are just like, oh, yeah. That's because cool people smoke, all right? That's not true. Don't actually think that. But, you know, Hollywood and all that, you know. It's hard not to watch classic Hollywood and be like, those guys look pretty damn cool. But I am of an older time where we all thought smoking was really cool. Three students disappeared in the process of making a documentary about local folklore and legends in the nearby forest. Now, on the first anniversary of the event, a suspicious man has started asking questions. He claims to be a private investigator hired by the parents of the students. We still think smoking is really cool. It just smells like cotton candy now. That is really weird to me. That is deeply, deeply weird. Yeah, like, so when I was in college, that's when, like, cloves were a thing, and also, like, hookah had come over. Because I think I started smoking cigarettes. Yeah, I definitely did when I was in high school. I worked at a movie theater, and I'll never forget I had to clean up a guy who shat everywhere, like, all throughout the bathroom. Like, it was streamed on the walls. It was on, I think he was, like, his caretaker had left him in the bathroom, and he was elderly. But it was just, like, all over the goddamn place. So I ended up having to go clean all that stuff up. And I was, like, I don't know, 15, 16 years old. And I remember going outside and having my first cigarette after I cleaned up that man's shit. And then, like, by the time I had turned 17, 18 is when, like, hookah and, like, cloves were a thing. Like, everyone was smoking cloves. Yeah, it was weird. Weird things now. We just have cotton candy cigarettes, and I don't know, is hookah still a thing? That was a thing when I was in college. I don't know if that's people still... I mean, I know some people still do it, but I don't know if that's, like, a youth culture thing anymore. Three students disappeared in the process of making a documentary about folklore. Maybe you'll find a clue about their last known whereabouts in the school newspaper. Investigate the mansion. All right. Yeah, let's go there. Clothes? How do you smoke clothes? It was like a thing with all the goth kids. You're no, we like literally would tear off our clothes, roll them into, like, get papers, roll them into the paper, and then light them up and smoke. I smoked a lot of denim, and a lot of I don't know, what was that, like, what was always that Hot Topic? Can't even remember. You're not serious? No, cloves, like clove cigarettes, like cloves, obviously. How the fuck are you not dead? Because my lungs are made of steel. That's how we're not dead. They made us differently back then. We could smoke anything. God damn it, we could smoke cyanide and survive. But it was like cloves are like the #1 cigarettes for like goth kids. That's like what all goth kids smoked. That's what, you know. It was always, you're at Denny's, or it wasn't even Denny's. It was like Denny's or Waffle House. At like 2 o'clock in the morning. You mean a brand? Oh no, there's they were, oh shit, what was the brand name? But they were specifically called Clove, like, you know, like cloves that you put in food, or like a spice. You would actually put them, and they had kind of like a spicy kind of taste to them, and sweet. I think they were called Blacks. Let me see if I can look them up. I don't think they make them anymore. I think they made them illegal because they made them with fiberglass and people started coughing up blood. Anyway. Wait. Yes. I'm sorry. They were so the brand, the type of cigarette was called Black, and it had like a triangle there. That is true. I probably will get canceled for this. But they were Jarium, I think. Jarium, I think, is the name. Here, let's see. I think this should pop up. The typical clove cigarette, also known as Kretek, is mostly tobacco, 60 ground clove buds, and oil make up. Yeah. Except for the fact that people started coughing up blood, which was a real thing, because a buddy of mine started coughing up blood from these things, so I don't know what they... Hey! Oh, yeah. Oh, is it? Is that... That's where they got it from. They got it from the clove cigarettes. They got it from the cloves. But yeah, that's what they look like. So you would buy a pack of those, and they were like sweetened and shit. It's probably like the cigarette version of Swisher Sweets, where a lot of people would go buy, you know, Swisher Sweet guitars and stuff, or cigars, not guitars. Yeah. Oh, the QR code? Oh, that... My buddy put that on there as, like, an experiment to try to get the Q card things to work. I think it's supposed to take you to a website that I've been building. It's not really functional, though. But I think I actually probably should take that off until the website's, like, fully up and running. But no, I've been putting for like 6 months, I've been trying to just slowly in my spare time, build a website to post like some of my short films, some of the things I've worked on, the feature I've worked on, stuff like that. As well as writing and all that shit. I'm not going to a porn site for you, buddy. Nor should you. Do not do that. Is that a thing? Do you QR code things and it just takes you immediately to a porn site? I literally just started using QR codes like a year ago. I learned that it just made life easier, so. But he added that there. I can promise you it doesn't take you to a porn site. I would feel way clever if I was in fact taking you to a Rickroll, but I am not, unfortunately. It's probably just a half-constructed website at this point. You can turn any link into a QR code if you want. I can send URLs directly from my computer to my phone. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, that's cool. It's convenient. But, see, I still have issues with, like, using QR codes. I still am just like, is the URL there? I can just copy it or just it's hyperlinked and you can just go, but... I guess I understand it. I don't know. I understand the idea of, I get it to a degree. Why that would be easier. Although I did try, like, when I'd wander around LA or just go walking, I would, like, if I found a poster with a QR code, I would always try to, like, see where it would take me. Sometimes you find some weird stuff doing that. Like, definitely weird stuff. Oh, but you can do that with a QR code? Is that what you meant? From one device to a different? Isn't it as simple as just clicking it? The pool is empty. It's dark, but you could wear something suddenly move. Something moved under the water. Alright. Well, if I step closer, I'll probably just get pulled in. So let's go ahead and turn on the lights. You turn on the lights. Luckily for you, no horrors lurk in the water. That's nice. The notes mention a village not far from your town. You decide to take the bus. Getting closer, you can't help but notice a large number of trees that have suddenly died. What happened here? Alarmed by the sound of glass breaking, you discover a corpse of a policeman lying in a pool of blood. It looks like someone or something tore at his throat. Oh, should I lift his gun? We'll look for clues. They didn't tear at his throat, but instead carved an occult symbol with something sharp. You try to remember the shape and escape before anyone arrives. Everyone in the village is unsettlingly friendly. An old farmer points you to an old stone. The missing group supposedly started their forest trip here. Alright. Off to the village we go. Off to the spooky, scary village. As you walk through the village, crops waver in the breeze, following your every movement. -2 reason. Oof. Oh man, we actually have to explore the village? God damn. Actually have to explore the forest. Alright. I'm not crowded. I'm going through a forest. Ah, I got robbed. You have a feeling that you're being watched, and when you hear a branch snapping, you quickly turn around. There is someone standing in the trees, just a few meters away. Oof. The idea that someone could do it so close to you and quietly makes you shudder. Ah, damn it. Discover an old campsite located at the edge of a small clearing. The tent has been knocked down, and the food and utensils have been scattered everywhere. Look for clues. Ah! I'm gonna go insane by the end of this. Drooping tree branches hang over the path, framing it in an almost macabre ray. It's almost inspiring. Ooh. Let's get lost in thoughts. Let's see where we go here. Ah! That was nice. You get completely lost in your thoughts. You wander around the woods for a long time, but you're sure you have some new leads in your investigation. Alright, well. I didn't really learn much. The rumored witch house seems empty. In the basement, however, you find a camera pointed at a large hole in the ground. On the table next to the camera, you see 3 cassettes, each titled after one of the missing friends. Then you hear a curious sound coming from the hole. Oh, would absolutely take the cassettes and run. Ooh. Oh, man, I finished it. Alright, cool. Oh, shit. Alright. Not being able to deal with it, you decide to grab the tapes and run. You wander aimlessly through the woods for a few hours until you are found by a search party. You lead them to the basement, but the door to the basement is missing. Yeah, it's very, very, very Blair Witch. Cool. All right. Well, I just realized it's 11 o'clock my time, which means it's probably very, very late for Tavia. And if you're still around, Bot Dylan, I don't know where you're at, but probably going to call it tonight, I think. But I will be back on Sunday before I travel to the East Coast for a week. So I will be back on Sunday doing more writing stuff. If you're all interested in checking in, probably around the same time. I usually tend to stream from like 6 to 10, 6 to 11 if I'm feeling like going. East Coast gang! Yep. Yeah, no, I'm flying into Newark. I have to go to Newark to shoot a documentary, so I'll be there from Monday to Saturday. So Sunday will be my last stream for the week, and then I'll probably start streaming for the week after. No, Newark. No, I'll be in New Jersey. Yeah, I'm going up. I don't know exactly where in New Jersey, but I'm flying into Newark. I think I'm in the boonies. I was kind of hoping it was going to be in like the Hoboken area. Because I've been to Hoboken and I can at least just take the train over to like Manhattan in the evenings. It's a lot more fun than just wherever they're probably putting me in New Jersey. But I think I'm out in the boonies in New Jersey. I'm north. I'm gonna be further north, probably about 40 minutes north of Newark. But yeah, so I will see you all. Hopefully, if you'd like to come back. I'll see you all Sunday or next week. But yeah, thanks for chatting. Oh, is that about 4 hours from you? Really? In New Jersey? Like Newark or? I don't want to get too specific, but yeah, I'll probably pop over. I'll probably pop over to New York. I have a lot of buddies of mine who live in upstate New York, and I have a friend of mine who lives in New Jersey as well. So we're probably all going to meet up in Manhattan on like Friday or something like that. But yeah. Let me see here. But anyway. Yeah. All right. Well, everybody, it's been a blast. I've loved. Well, aren't you just a little adventurer? Well, check back in later. I can tell you my stories of before the pandemic when I was actually an adventurer, where I was flying around all over the goddamn place. I literally spent 5 weeks in China before the whole thing. So, wild times. Ugh. Anyway, see you around. I hope you have a wonderful night and hope to see you around later. Take care, everybody, and happy writing, and I'll see you all later.